So you've probably heard of Wordle at this point in time. You know, that online word guessing game that everybody seems to be playing right now? Well, I've been playing it, and I thought it would be pretty cool to try to build a Wordle clone from scratch using HTML, Sass, and JavaScript. So in this video, we're going to be doing exactly that, starting with the research and taking notes on the functional requirements, to building out the app and getting the basic gameplay down. Also, I never ask people to hit the subscribe button because I feel like it's a little cheesy, but I keep hearing from people that it actually does work. So, for science, if you haven't yet subscribed to this channel, go ahead and click that subscribe button. And I'll share the results of how many people actually did click on it from this video on social media. It'll be interesting. Maybe. Anyway, let's get into the video. All right, so the first thing we're gonna do is set up our project files. So I have here an empty project. I made a folder called Wordle clone, and I'm going to create some boilerplate files from a generator that I built actually in another video, and I'll link it up somewhere here if you want to learn more about that or use it yourself on your own computer. But what this does is it's just gonna generate some starter files for a Sass and Gulp workflow. Because basically we're just going to have an index.html file, we'll have some styles from Sass, we'll have a JavaScript file, and we're using Gulp to compile our Sass to CSS. Okay, so all the files are generated. We have index.html up here, we have our app folder with JavaScript and Sass folders, and we have some boilerplate styles that I use for all my stuff. We'll get into those a little bit later. But for now, let's just run Gulp and just make sure that the website itself is loading. Okay, so now that this has been loaded, we know that this is working, which is great. But what I want to do is do the research part of building this app before starting to code. So we don't have it to really design. We're just going to go off of what the original Wordle website is. So let's play some Wordle. Okay, so I'm just assuming that everyone here knows how Wordle works. You're trying to guess a word. You have 6 guesses to guess a word that has 5 letters. So let's look at how this thing seems to be built in terms of its function. So let's guess one word. Strike? No. Baker. So you notice every time you type a word, so when you typed in that letter B, the border of the square changed. And it also had this sort of animation effect where it sort of grows a little bit and then shrinks back down. And it looks like the growing and shrinking includes the letter, which is in white. And you type, you can also backspace if you want. So I'm guessing that maybe I'm not sure either, there's maybe a hidden text field that then is used to put the letters into each of these boxes. Or maybe they're just purely doing it through JavaScript. I'm not really sure. So let's try this again and see what changes. Oh, this is interesting. So as we typed, it looks like it updates the game row. So each row has the 5 letters. So it updates the letters field. And when you backspace it, deletes it from there as well. So you can actually guess a lot of things based on the source code. So there's a game row element, and then there's a row. There's a game tile, and it'll update every time you add a letter. And I actually don't know what the shadow root is, so we might have to research that a little bit later. So let's write down some of these notes that we're having. I'm going to go back to my code, and I'm just going to make a new file called notes.md. So this is going to be where we keep track of the functional requirements. And a lot of times, if you're working on a job, you'll actually get like a formal documentation with the functional requirements of whatever you're building. This is not that. This is just very casual note-taking. So far, what we know is, let's make a section for gameplay. So in the gameplay, you have 6 tries to guess a 5 letter word. So typing in the letter will display the letter in the tile. And then backspace will delete letters. And then maybe we can, so this gameplay section will be sort of what's going to be coded in JavaScript. And then maybe I'll add another section for design and maybe interactions. So let's look at the design itself. So there's the guesses, so all the tiles for the guesses, and then there's a virtual keyboard, which we can take a look at too. And this is one of those things that, if you're making a clone, you have to kind of decide how much you're willing to copy and paste versus try to build from scratch. Obviously, it would probably be really easy if I just copied and pasted all the CSS and JavaScript stuff from the original site, but that kind of defeats the purpose. We're trying to figure out how the functionality works and see if we can sort of replicate it with our own code. So this looks like, this is the virtual keyboard. We may or may not copy the markup for the keyboard just because I think it would be a little bit of a pain to make this ourselves, but we'll see what happens when we get there. Okay, and this wider key is called 1.5, and that probably corresponds to a style. Let's make that a little bit bigger so you can see that. That's probably good enough, right? Okay, so the 1.5 has flex of 1.5. I'm assuming the other ones don't have that. Yeah, flex of 1.5 for 1.5. If it doesn't have that class, flex is 1, which makes sense. And then this is probably the flex parent, this row. And it looks like you can control day mode and night mode. So it's probably picking up my system settings. So that's another thing that you can do if you want. So yeah, that's kind of basic. I'm just kind of taking notes here. I'm not sure if I'm going to try to replicate, 100% faithful representation of Wordle. So we'll see what happens. But okay, so back to the design. Design has tiles. And it's, 5 times 6? Because there's five letters per word, and then there's 6 guesses for the words. And then there is a virtual keyboard. So then interactions. So when typing a letter, the border of the tile changes to light gray. Then there's this little sort of, I'll just call it a blinking in animation with the letter when you guess. And then backspace will remove letter and border changes back to dark gray. So it just helps to keep track of how things are going. So, all right, let's continue and we'll complete this guess. So you press enter to guess. And it doesn't look like, oh yeah, you can press enter down there too. So enter will submit guess. Okay, so the dark gray means that the letter is not in the word. And it looks like there's a class here, data state absent. I'm assuming that signifies the letter is absent from the word. Then there's yellow. Yellow means present, but I'm assuming not in the right position because that's what the yellow means. And then let's see if we can get another guess going here. I did play Wordle earlier today, but I forgot what the actual word was. So I'm just going to guess a random word here. Okay, so this is good because we got a green. So then the data state is correct if it's green. Data state is present if it's yellow. And data state is absent if it's dark gray. Guess colors. gray means absent. Letter not in Word. Then we got yellow. Present. Letter in Word but in wrong position. Green. Correct. Letter in Word and in right position. And they're using a data state thing. Data state. And the other thing is when you're guessing, it has to be a real word. So not in word list. I'm not sure how big that word list is. Guesses must be a real word in word list. So this is something that either we need some kind of API with a dictionary, or maybe Wordle just has like a really long JSON to keep track of the words that are in the word list. So this is one of my other guesses. So the letter K was up here. I'm putting it in a different position now. Okay, so now we know it's there. And that's another thing in Wordle. There's hard mode. Any revealed hints must be used in subsequent guesses. So what that means is that if you have a letter that is yellow or green, you have to use that in your next guess on hard mode. So I'm not sure if we're going to do that, but we'll just keep some notes on that. Present or correct letters must be used in subsequent guesses. And I don't actually turn hard mode on when I'm playing, but the word of today, and this isn't cheating because by the time this comes out, it's going to be after today. It was whack. And then it has a little success message and then a share screen, which we're probably not going to do, to be honest. We're just trying to get the basic gameplay down. I think that's what my goal for this is. I would like to get the gameplay and maybe some of the, the tile animations, which is something I probably should have looked at before, but there's like a little flipping animation. So we'll do that on the interactions. When submitting a guess, tiles will flip up and background color will change based on guess. So originally when you're typing it in, there's a black background with just that border. When it flips, it changes to, the solid color. And it looks like the border is just kind of part of the tile here. Yeah, so the border of 2 pixels. So let's see what they do here. Is the border property used or not? Looks like it might not be. So we can look at the inspector. So there's a border of 0. And here there's a border of 2. So I think, and it's 52 by 52. I'm just trying to see if they change the actual properties of the width for the correct, for the guessed versus the not submitted yet ones. This is the color. You can see they're using CSS custom properties. Oh, here's that bounce animation. So they're adjusting the translate Y of the transform. So it starts at 0, then it goes negative 30, which I think means down. Then it goes up to positive 5 pixels, negative 15 pixels. So it's bouncing down a little bit less than 2 pixels and 0. So it's kind of like doing this kind of thing. So the reason that I think clones are great is because it gives you a chance to sort of study the code, which is a really great way to learn if you're assuming that the code that you are looking at is, best practice, following best practices. So I did this a lot when I was learning. I would have to study code from existing projects at my company to understand how it worked, so that I could then do a similar thing for a different project. So I'm trying to find those tile styles. It's probably here, class of tile. So background color set to that color correct thing. This is the one hard thing about like using the CSS custom properties, because it just tells you this. So you have to figure out where color correct is set. Let's see if we can figure that out. Yeah, so it's like, where is color correct? Okay, here you go. There's just like extra steps, which you wouldn't have if you used hex colors or whatever. Okay, color correct. Var is dark end green. So then we need to find dark end green. So it's like, what is the actual color? Here you go, dark end green. So all the properties are set on the root, which is what people usually do. Yep. Okay. So I think this is pretty okay. There are some sort of complicated parts here. So one is figuring out, you need to check if the guess is a real word. So we need to decide if we actually want to do that. Maybe there's an API we can use. And then obviously the list of words that are put into Wordle as the word that you're trying to guess. So I'm guessing that's probably a shorter list of the words that are allowed to be guessed. Let's see, where do we want to start? So we have the functional side, we have the sort of UI side that we want to build, and then we kind of need to make those work together, right? So you can start with either side. So we could start with the JavaScript and do the functions and stuff. I sort of like doing the CSS stuff first, just so the website looks a little better than just, this blank white thing. So maybe we will start doing that first. So let's figure out the fonts and the colors. So what font is this? Clear Sans, have a look at new. So let's see if this is a Google font or not. Font Squirrel. So we're not going to do exactly what they have there. Let's just find some kind of font. A sans serif. Wordle. Let's make it a little bit bigger. Roboto seems okay. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's a monospace thing. It's just a regular sans serif. Maybe a little bit more square looking, because this does seem sort of square. Open sans doesn't seem terrible, or Lato. Let's see. Maybe heavier semi-bold. Bold might be... Actually, bold might not be terrible. So let's just do this. We're going to do open sans, bold, or maybe semi-bold. Let's do semi-bold. All right, so we're going to copy this thing here, and we'll put it into our index.html file. I'm going to put it before our CSS styles. And then let's just start opening our styles just so we have it out here. So in our Sass files, we got the main Sass file, which is simply loading whatever's in globals and components. And globals and components, they each are going to, let's see. Oh, that's the colors. We'll do that in a little bit. Fonts, which we'll need to set. So layout, this is just, boilerplate styles again. And this is loading the util styles from the util folder. And this is using the new Sass modules, which I did make a whole video about if you're not sure what we're doing here, which I'll link up there or something. So let's add those fonts. So I'm just assuming that all the fonts here are the font that we want to use. Yeah. Although, let's see what this font on the keyboard is. Let's see. It's not using this font family. Oh, fonts. That's new. Arial. So I'm trying to see where the font for the virtual keyboard is coming from. So I'm looking at the computed styles. It looks like it is using Clear Sans. Interesting. Looks like it might just be Arial. It's interesting. Huh. Oh, this is cool. Yeah, the inspector has gotten pretty advanced over time. You can actually change a lot of things. Let's reload. I was just looking at the flipping animation. Anyway, so we got Open Sans here. So, whoops, that's not what I want to do. Go back to Google Fonts. And here's what we need to do. Okay. And just in case that doesn't load, you want to fall back. So we'll just set Arial for the heck of it. And let me make sure this font body variable is being loaded. It should be, because I think I did set this up correctly. Maybe boilerplate. Oh, looks like I didn't set it yet. So we want to set the font family to font body, I think was the variable. Let me just double check that. Yeah, font body. Okay. So now let's go back to our website and just check. It looks like the font did change, which is great. Cool. Yep, it's using Open Sans, which is what we want. Now let's get the background and the colors of the text. This looks like it's using color tone 7, which is this color here. So let's just add that. And I'm going to be lazy and not do the selecting the day or night mode. So background color. And that should be a hex. But you're not really supposed to use, I mean, you can use hex, but I think they like to use HSL nowadays. And then we want to set the text color. I'm assuming that's white. And then change this. This is one cool thing about VS Code. If you hover over that color swatch and you click up at the top, it'll change. Okay. Let's go back to the site. All right, looks pretty good. And it looks like there's no lowercase letters at all because it's just the letters and then the virtual keyboard. So let's go to our index.html and start creating some stuff. Wordle clone. So I'm just going to create a section and we'll call this the game. And this is where everything is going to be. So we'll say section game and then maybe another section for the keyboard. And we'll add that a little bit later on. Okay. And I could try to be clever. Let's just look at this again. So it looks like everything is kind of centered. So, I could do that. So let's set it on the body. So I'm going to make a body. I'm going to make the body the flex parent. And we'll center things horizontally, but maybe not vertically. So justify content center. So now everything in the body is centered. And I'm going to be, again, more lazy, and I'm going to make everything uppercase. All right. Oh yeah, let's also make the font weight bold. Or was it semi-bold? Semi-bold is 600, bold is 700. All right, looks pretty good. Looks a little bit bigger here. So let's see what size this is. So if you want to quickly search through the styles, font size, 16 pixels, so that's 1 rem. Let's go down to the actual div with the word Wordle in it. 36 pixels. Okay, so I try to use rems, and I believe I should have hopefully included a function to convert, yes, pixels to rem. So with this rem function, what we can do is, instead of doing math, we can just set font size to rem, and it was 36 pixels. There we go. Again, we're using a different font, so it's not quite the same. Oh, that didn't work. Did I do the correct function? Let's check out the final CSS code and see what happened there. Font size. Okay, didn't convert. Weird. Okay, oh, it's not importing the functions from util. So what I have to do is I need to copy this into the boilerplate Sass. So it's actually using the function, because before this function didn't exist in the boilerplate Sass file. So it was just literally outputting rem 36. Okay, that's much better. That seems a little bit big actually. What's this? Oh, it's looking for, I think, the fave icon or something. Yeah, we'll just ignore that error. That looks really big. Okay, why is that 72? Oh, I need to set it on the actual H tag, I think. Because it was set to, I didn't have a explicit font size set. So what it was doing was using the browser defaults, which was 2 EMs. And 1 second, let me just, I'll explain this. Make sure this is working. Yes, much better. Might need some letter spacing. Oh, yeah, they do letter spacing, 0.2 rems. We'll just copy that. Or I guess we could use our function again. So rem 2 pixels. Let's see how that looks. Not bad. So what was happening before was I didn't explicitly set the font size on the H1 tag. So that means that it was using the browser defaults. So all browsers have some defaults for certain tags that are commonly used, like H1, etc. And it looked like the font here was set to, let's see if we can find it. It's probably in computed. Font size is 32. And it's set to 2 EMs. So I think what it was doing was it was taking the font size that I had originally set in the body, which is 36 pixels, and it was timesing that by 2 because the H1 tag in the browser defaults is set to 2 EMs. And EMs, I try not to use because they're relative, and you can see what's happening here is relative to its parent element. So the H1 is a child of the body, and that's where I had set the font size of 36 pixels, which you can see here. Let's close the JavaScript for now. 36 pixels set on the body. The H1 tag is set to 2 EMs. So 36 times 2 is 72, and that's why this was so huge. So this is actually a good example of why I personally don't use EMs, because weird stuff like that can happen. So I just use rems because it will automatically be relative to the size of your root, which is usually your HTML element, I believe. And that has been set to 100%, which is 16 pixels by default for most browsers, unless you change the settings in your browser settings if you want it to be bigger or smaller. Okay, I think I'm gonna add a little bit of padding to the body just because I think it'll help a little bit. So let's just say 2 rems. That's about 32 pixels, maybe a bit less. Let's go 1 rem. So 16 pixels on the top and bottom, and then 32 pixels on the sides. So you can see that now. Okay. Next up, let's just get the tiles written. So we have 6 rows of 5 tiles each. And it's about, let's get some measurements here. It's about 300 pixels. Well, it's exactly 300 pixels, I should say. And I believe when I looked at it earlier, it's doing the tiles with flex. So let's see if we can find that here. Where is it? Tile. Search for flex. I'm just trying to figure out where the width of the tile is coming from. Oh, I see. It's using grid for this. What was the thing that I saw that used flex box? Was it in the untyped tiles? No, I guess it's using display grid. Okay. It's something, it was using something else for flex. It was using flex for something else that I can't find right now. So it looks like they're using CSS grid, which makes a lot of sense. You can set a grid gap of 5 pixels. And the cool thing about grid gap is that it's only going to add that gap between actual like CSS grid, the grid children. So we'll probably do a similar thing. So grid template columns, they're doing a repeat of 5. So there's 5 children and they're each 1 FR, which is a fractional unit, which means it'll evenly divide between all the children. So let's go to our index.html. Hold on, let me just close this up here. Index.html. So in the game, this section is just going to contain the tiles. So what looked like they did was, and we don't have to do exactly what they did. So I'm just going to create a div of class guess. So each guess will have elements and we'll have tile. Like that. Let's see if we can use some Emmet stuff for this. So tile times 5. So that created 5 elements of class tile. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go into our Sass, and in the components folder, I'm going to create a new file called guess. And we need to add that here. And actually this component 1 was just an example. So, oh yeah, I need the util thing. So I'm going to replace component 1 with this and then add that there. So in the guess Sass file, we have guess and then we have tile. This is just to keep our styles separate. If I wanted to be really diligent about using the BEM, I could do guess tile like that. So let's do that. We'll follow BEM. So instead of having the separate tile class, what we can do is use the ampersand, which will stand in for guess, underscore, double, and tile. So what we're going to do is we'll create the columns. So display grid, and then grid template columns, and we'll say repeat 5 because there's 5 letters for guess and 1 FR. And we'll do what the original website was doing and set a grid gap. And I think actually you can just use gap if I'm not mistaken. Gap of, what was it? Let's just say 3 pixels using our little rem function here. And then under tile, we need to set it to a gray color. So border rem to px solid, and then some kind of gray. It's probably a little bit lighter than this. Let's just go like something like this. And we'll set this to HSL too. Okay, let's see what it looks like. Oh, I need to update the classes up here. No, that's right. Guess tile. Okay, let's see what's going on here. Oh, it's oh, this is because I didn't do the correct flex direction on the boilerplate. By default, it'll just do everything horizontally and put it on the same row. So I want a column, so it's vertical. And I think actually I need to change this to align items because it's going vertical and align items is the cross directional thing. There we go. And I need, this is there, but it's a little too tiny because there's no content. And we need to, I believe, set the width to 300 pixels. Okay. And then I guess the height is set explicitly. Let's look at this again. Okay, I need to clear my cookies, I think. Let's see. Is it in application or storage? It's probably in storage. Okay, so now it should be empty. Nope. Oh no, how do I clear the storages? Oh, there we go, local storage. Oh, this is interesting too. Check this out. So in local storage, it is saving the theme, dark theme. And then it looks like it's saving your everything. This is actually really interesting. It's saving all the data from your game. So the board state has an array of all your guesses. And then your evaluations. So this is for the first guess, which was Baker. Absent, absent, present, present, absent, absent. So each guess, it's stored there, which is cool because if it didn't save anything, if you reloaded, it would just be empty again. But we actually want to clear this out. So that's another thing to keep in mind in our notes. I'm not sure if I'm going to do this, but let's see. Guesses are saved in local storage. So if we delete this and reload, there we go. Then it just, assumes that you have nothing. So this is a little more complicated than you might think, right? So now everything is empty. Oh my gosh. It's telling you the solution. Oh, you can totally cheat in this game. Oh my gosh. Whoa. Whoa. That's kind of crazy. This is mind-blowing. So I guess if you want to cheat in Wordle, just look at the local storage and it tells you the solution. All right, so that's good to know. Might have to make a YouTube short about that. Anyway, where were we? We're not trying to cheat, we're just trying to build our own version, right? Okay, so I can't even remember what I was trying to look at, but let's guess. Let's make some more guess. So let's think about how the guessing works. Oh, actually, I remember now. I was trying to figure out the height of the tiles. So the tile is... Let's see if there's a height set here. There's a line height. It's interesting that it's set on inline styles. How's the height set? I mean, obviously we don't need to copy exactly what they're doing, but I'm just curious for my own purposes. So they're 56 pixels tall. I wonder if the header height means anything. I don't want to waste too much time on this, but I'm really curious where the height is coming from. Tile? Yeah, I have no idea. This is strange. Let's look at a blank tile. Maybe that'll give us the answer. Width is 56 pixels. So I don't think it's set on the tile class itself, as far as I can tell. Okay, so it's set to 52 with a 2 pixel border. But where is that coming from? Oh, what if it's coming from... Oh, what if the height is set on the parent board thing? I bet that's what's going on. Oh, maybe not. Dude. Okay, so where's the height coming from? So it's not coming from board. Is it coming from game row? And this is what the majority of web development is trying to figure something out that's like very tiny, but you can't figure it out. So it's not from game row. I don't know. I might just set it explicitly in something. I'm just really curious. I guess if you figure it out, let me know down in the comments or something. This is definitely bothering me. But we shouldn't waste too much time on that. So let's just set it to the tile to width rem 52. Do the same thing for height. And then we want it to be centered, so you can do place items, center. I think that's a flexbox thing. I'm not sure if it's a flex or a, let's see, or a grid thing. Okay, so I think it can be used for both flex and grid. Well, that looks more like it. Looks like the gray is a little bit darker. We're just gonna eyeball some stuff here. Can I change that? I feel like it was something a little more like that. Change it to HSL. Excuse me. This looks pretty good, right? And we want to keep track of which row it is. So I'm just going to see how they track it. Looks like it's just game row element. And you'll notice that they created a new element, game row. That's not, you know, your traditional HTML element, but you can do that. I'm just going to probably stick to divs and classes though. So let's think about this. For now, let's just stick with one row because we're probably going to have to add some other stuff to do it. So, okay, so we got the tile looking up there. And what I'm curious about is how it keeps track of the letters, because you can type, you know, As you type, it keeps track of it in the game row. Oh, what is going on here? Trying to see if they update these things. Yeah, it does. So I was originally thinking maybe there's like a hidden text box to keep track of the text, but I think it's just using JavaScript and then just updating the markup. So what it could be doing is when you type in a letter, first it's going to remember what row you're currently on. So if you submit guess 1, it's going to go start populating guess 2. When you start typing, it's going to populate both the letters and then the game tile letter. And I'm guessing it's probably going to populate your local storage. So there's actually a lot of stuff going on here. I can't believe they have the solution right there. That's so crazy. You can cheat. You can cheat at this very easily. Here we go. Evaluations. So this is telling you if the tiles were correct or not, and then here, board state. So means is the first guess. So it's not keeping track in the local state, it looks like, until it's actually submitted. And I think, so let's say I just don't finish typing this word. If I reload, what happens? It's not saved in local storage, so it's not going to save any things that are submitted. It's not going to save your guesses until they're actually submitted. But it will update the board itself as you're typing, even if you haven't submitted, which obviously makes sense. So we don't have to do exactly what they did with, letters equals whatever, yada yada. I wonder what that length property does. Let's see what happens if we change it to 3. I don't know what that does. So it's updating the tile, and then it's also putting the whole word here. So my guess is that as you type, it updates the tile for the display, then it updates the letters attribute with whatever your guess is. So let's look at the next one. And I'm assuming that is what is submitted in the JavaScript to figure out what's right. So let's say, yeah, so it's updating the letters as you go, the letters attribute. Then when you press enter, I'm guessing it'll take whatever values in letters. That's interesting. So looks like this letters attribute actually will affect the thing. So what I'm guessing, maybe as you type, it'll update letters and then maybe uses the letters every time you press a key press. It will add it here and then read the letters attribute to update the tiles, I'm guessing. Okay, so oops. Oh, I think I broke it. All right, let's try again. Let's make a few more details in our notes here. Making a guess. So, typing a letter. So what this means is as you type, it's going to detect it. So detect any key presses. And then if it's a letter, not a number or any symbol, which actually let's test that out here. Yeah, so if we do a number or symbol, nothing's going to happen. Oops. So if it's a letter, if keypress is a letter, then update letters and update the tile markup, meaning in the HTML. So update the letters attribute and update the tile markup. So I'm guessing you update the letters attribute based on typing, and then that will, when letters changes, or maybe it's not from letters, but it's also from the keypress. So update the letters attribute, update tile markup based on letters value. So what this means is every time you press a letter, it's going to update letters, and it's going to read the letters attribute and then update the HTML here, which is what it looks like this function is doing. And then press enter. It'll evaluate the things. It's also going to update your local storage. So, oh yeah, so if keypress is backspace, then delete last letter in letters, and then update tile markup. Markup based on letters. So what's probably going to happen is this thing, updating the tile markup based on letters, is going to be a function. And then this will be its own function. And then deleting will probably be its own function too. Okay, so this is some logic that we can start trying to do the actually updating, right? So I think that looks pretty good. And then enter will submit guess, which we'll figure out after we do this. So what I'm going to do is let's go to our JavaScript file. We'll just do it under here. So let's see. What we want to do is okay, I'm just going to copy this and put it in the file just so we can look at it. Okay, so what we want is, I guess I will delete this stuff. We need to detect key presses and then figure out if the key press is either a letter or backspace or other. If it's other, meaning it's a symbol or, F1 key, we don't do anything. If it's a letter, we'll do the guess stuff. And then if it's backspace, we'll delete the letter. So the first thing we want to do is detect if it is detect the key press. So we'll do that. And then if it is a letter, we'll do update letters. So I'm kind of making these comments to sort of plan out what the different functions are going to be. And then update tile markup. And then if it's backspace, letter, backspace, other. If it's a backspace, then delete last letter. And then it'll also run the update tile markup. Okay, so I think that's all we need for now. So basically we just go down the list and do these one by one and see where we can go. So how do you detect key press in JavaScript? Let's figure that out. So JavaScript, detect key press. All right. Okay. Okay, window on key down. Whoa. Okay, yeah, I don't want to do that. I don't like this blog. Let's see, maybe ES6. Get that ES6 syntax down there. Arrow keys are triggered by on key down, not on key press. Looks like on key press might be a good thing. Okay, I'm not sure. I'm not sure about this. So it's checking function check key. Is it a window event? I'm not sure what window event is. Yeah. Look, I never said I was good at JavaScript. I try to use MDN if it shows up because it's pretty good. Okay, this might be deprecated. Actually, let's look at on key press. Also deprecated. On key down. Make it a little bit smaller. Key down event fires when the user presses the keyboard key. So what this is doing, it is detecting the text in the log. Log is, I'm assuming, this. And the input on key down equals log key. So this is detecting the stuff in the form. But I want to detect on key down, I guess, anywhere. Okay, document add event listener key down. Maybe that's what we'll do. So this is adding the event listener key down to the document. So let's try that. And then it's running this log key function. Okay, so document, add event listener. It's weird that the IntelliSense isn't working. Key down. And then it'll run the function. Or maybe I can just do this thing. Keypress. Okay. Let's see if this works, I guess. And then I'll have to open the console again. Okay. Oop. Okay, so that doesn't seem to be working. Let's make sure that the JavaScript is loading. Okay, doesn't seem to be. Did we even load this in our HTML? Distscript.js. I mean, it seems like it's loaded. Oh, there we go. I didn't have logs. Oh, it is working. Okay. Haha. Okay, so now we have the detecting key press working. If it is a letter, do that. If backspace, then do that. So we need to figure out how to detect if what we typed in was a letter or not. Let's go back to DuckDuckGo, JavaScript, detect if letter pressed, key down. Okay, so we're getting the event key code. Let's see. I think we can do this. Keypress E. Oh, what's wrong with key code? Is it deprecated? It is deprecated. Oh, dot key, event key. There we go. Okay, let's see if this works. So reload. Oh my gosh, look at that. Okay, so it's actually loading the output, which is actually really good. So now we just need to add logic for, is it a letter? Is event key a letter? Do I need to use regex for this? Oh, I can just do JavaScript is string a letter. Regex, I knew it. Okay. What happens if you do a capital letter in Wordle? Let's just see. Shift R. I guess it converts any capital letters to lowercase automatically, so that's one thing to keep in mind. I guess I can just do this. I think there's a regex tester website you can use to test strings. Okay, let's see what this thing was. Okay, I guess it does work. Okay, so I guess this regex thing works. JavaScript test string against regex. Wow, really? So I just paste this in, dot test, and then test is, okay, that's interesting. Let's see what else they say. Yeah, so dot test with the parameter of whatever text you're actually testing. So, okay, let's try it. So pattern. Let letters pattern equal this. Need to escape it maybe. There we go. Let letters pattern equals this, and then pattern.test. I guess this can be a const since it's not going to change. Letters pattern dot test. Guess we'll just do E. Oh, test. And then result, we'll just do console log. Oh, we'll do console log of this thing. Let keypress equals this. And we'll console log the keypress. Let's see, that works, I guess. Okay, so. Oh. Well, it's running something, but it's always returning false. Yeah, so I don't know regex very well. Let's go back to the regex site. Maybe they have some sample code you can use. Not sure what the... So that caret is for... Oh, the start and end of the string. What's a wildcard? So what I would like to do is test this with a very easy pattern. I'm not at all confident that will even do anything. Okay, everything is true. Let's see. Ugh, I hate regex. I shouldn't hate it because it makes sense, but I don't know. Not great. I'm not a fan. Contains letters. Maybe contains only letters. Okay, let's try this. Ready? No. Any key press is working. Contains letters. Oops. Not numbers. Okay, so this is telling me that according to regex tester, it is filtering this thing out. So I have a feeling maybe the issue's in my own code. So let's do some looking up on JavaScript test regex. Okay, let's see if Flavio wrote anything on this, because he usually has pretty good stuff here. Let's test this down in the console. So this is the notes think I'm doing something's not right. Oh, okay. It needs to be not just E, but E key. Good grief. Okay. Let's test this again. A is true. 1 is false. Yes. Shift is true. No. What if we just do lowercase only? Let's delete this. Okay. A. Shift. Oh, maybe it's because the word shift. This is really dumb, but like, so I think shift is passing because it's like a word and it's testing the word. So I really only want to test. It should only be one character is what I'm getting here. Because shift, if I press a key, I want it to only return one character and then test that one character, which means that the shift and tab and stuff will not pass the detection. So let's see. So if key press is 1, is a string of length 1. And is a letter. So let let's change this is letter. It's a little more accurate. So let the key press equal E key if key press length is equal to 1, then we'll do this stuff. Okay. Now let's figure this out. Ready? A is true, 1 is false. Shift does not do anything. Yes, that's great. This is perfect. So what if we do shift Q? Okay, so it's not going to detect capital letters, which is basically what we want. Okay. Wow, that was a lot. But, you know, this is kind of fun, right? All right, so this is day 2 of trying to build this Wordle clone. I was only able to record maybe an hour and a half yesterday, so didn't make as much progress as I thought I might, but here we are, and we're going to try again. So here's what we have so far, and we have been able to detect the key presses, which is great. So let's go back to our notes and see, kind of track our progress. Okay, so detect key presses. If key press is a letter, which we got, so update the letters attribute, and we need to figure out what we want to do with that. So the letters attribute was in the row, I believe. Let's minimize this a little bit. In the row, they store what values you've typed in so far. So I guess there's no reason to not do it there. We can maybe create a data attribute there. So we'll need to update that and then update the tile markup. So that'll be kind of our goal for the little section we're doing now. So Wordle is actually surprisingly more complicated than I was originally thinking. Not that I thought it was super easy, but yeah, it's just interesting that there's all these different parts to it. So, you know, if you're trying to build a project or even fixing a bug, sometimes it makes things simpler to, you know, write down the functional stuff that you need to cover, just so you know what you have to do, and it makes a list of things and makes things a little bit less overwhelming when you have a big project to work on, just breaking things down to smaller bits. So let's actually load Wordle itself, just to have it as a reference. Oh, yeah, I did this. I was testing to see if this hack that I found yesterday actually worked. So let's do Wordle. Okay. So we'll type in a word. I don't know why, I just keep going with Baker for some reason. So here it's the game row. And then shadow root, I don't remember exactly what that is, but I think it maybe has something to do with generating the markup via JavaScript. Something like that. Things get really small. Or things are a little bit cramped. I might actually zoom out the inspector slightly just so we can see a little bit more stuff here. Okay, so what we want to do right now is, going back to our notes, update the letters attribute. So we need to figure out where we want to store the guesses, or what you've typed so far before submitting a guess. I guess I'll do it here on the row. Yeah, why not? So we want to save what you've typed into some kind of data attribute. So why don't we do a little bit of research to figure out maybe what the best way of doing stuff like that is? I feel like Flavio is generally very reliable, so maybe data attribute. Let's see what they say here. Data. Okay, might not be what we're looking for here. So let's try JavaScript. Store data in HTML. Okay, I guess we'll go Stack Overflow, even though this is a jQuery question. This is using local storage. I mean, I guess you could put everything in local storage if you wanted to, right? Let's see. What am I trying to do? I'm trying to store it in the data set data attribute. Okay, this is more like what we're looking at. Let's see. Document query selector. Add a data single attribute. Oh, dataset.single. So let's try doing that. Actually, let's do a little more research. So that link seems pretty good. We'll open that in a new tab. Let's also try the developer Mozilla thing, Mozilla Developer Network. Okay, yeah, so data dash and then whatever the field name you want to use. Article.dataset. Is that what? Dataset? Oh yeah, dataset. All right, so this is getting it. So the element.dataset. The name of the variable will get whatever is stored there. Now, how do you set it? I wonder if I can just set it to something. Let's try article dataset column. So here's our code. We're going to set the data stuff on this guest class thing. And I wonder if maybe I could set an ID to easily get it. So I could say ID equals guess1. And then we can use that to grab it in the JavaScript. So we're just going to add some test JavaScript. Let's see. Let's just add it in here. Actually, I can just test it in the browser itself. Let's try that. All right, not really using the CSS stuff right now, but guess1. So I usually use query selector. And then we're getting it by the ID, so guess 1 with the hash in front. And then it's telling us that it does return something. So data set, and then we'll say, I guess we'll just say letters too, equals A. And let's see if that does anything. Oh, well, that was kind of easy. So let's take that code and go back to our JavaScript. So what we want to happen is when you press a key and it is a letter and it's only one string, one length, then you want to set the letters attribute for that guess. So we need to kind of keep track of what the current guess is, right? So I think what I can do is I'm going to do a let, and we're doing let versus const because const can't change, it's constant. So let current guess equal, and I guess we'll say 0. We'll start with 0. So let current guess equal 0. So when you load the game, your current guess is 0. And then you also, I think, want to get what the current letters thing is. So maybe we'll add another let current letters equals, all right, maybe we should start with 1 because I set it to 1. Let current letters equals document query selector, and it's going to be pound. What was it? Did I say guess, and then, oops, current guess. And I'm not sure if this is going to work, but we'll find out. So current letters equals the document query selector guess plus current guess. And I'm hoping that this can change since we set it to a let, but we'll find out. Okay, so if it's a letter, we're going to console log the letter. Then we will, let's just test everything. So we'll console log current guess. And then this is very probably unprofessional, but I do this a lot. And then what we want to do is change update letters. So, and I think I want to do that in a separate function. So maybe this will be here under this function. So function update letters. And actually, I think maybe there's a better syntax for ES6. Oops, function. JavaScript arrow functions. So this is the old syntax, which is what I was actually not doing. I wasn't even doing that. I was saying function, yada, yada. So I guess you can try const function like that. Const update letters equals function and then arrow. And I think that's what he has had. Yes. Yep. Okay. So when you do run update letters, you're going to load the current guess. And then we also want to do current letters. And then we want to, let's see, we want to set current letters to something else. So we want to set current letters equals the current letters plus the letter that you wanted to write. So I think what we need to do is parameter letter. And then we'll console log. And then we'll say updated current letters. So then we want to call this function after we press the key with the parameter of, I guess, keypress. Okay. So let's try it out. It's probably going to error, but you never know. Okay, so I'm going to press A. Let's see. It did not set the thing. All right, let's see what's going on here. Maybe we'll just close the console on the inspector tab and then just use the console tab. Okay, looks like current letters didn't work correctly. Current guess equals 1, so I think I did not do something correctly. This current letters actually should be, let's change this. Current guess will be current guess count. And then I'm going to create another constant for, or I guess a let, and the actual current guess is going to be the guess element, which will be this. And then the current letters is going to be the current guess data set. Oops. Is that right? Data set? Let's go back and make sure. Oh, here. Article data set. Okay, yeah, data set should be correct. Okay, so then let's just close the terminal too. Okay, so what we're doing is, oh, actually I didn't add logic for if it's a letter. Maybe I can just move this logic here. Add it to there. So if it's one character long and it is a letter. So if it's one character long and it is a letter, then we'll just write is letter. Then we'll run update letters. So let's just check and make sure that the checking if it's a letter logic works. So A, okay, is letter works. I do 1, nothing happens. Shift, nothing happens. Okay, so that works. So next thing we want to do is update letters, keypress. And actually I should probably check what the parameter ends up being. I think I can do a new line. I'm not completely positive this will work, but yeah, it did work. Okay. So keypress, it is a letter, which is good. Then it runs update letters with A as the parameter. And okay, the current letters thing is undefined, so that part's not working. And that's because it is blank. Because it does not exist yet. So I wonder if in the index.html, should I just sort of add this in already? So data letters equals just an empty string. So then at least it's not undefined. So pressing A. Okay, so it looks like there's no errors. Update letters, A is what we typed. Current guess is 1. Current letters is an empty string. Then it updated current letters to be A. So let's check out the... Okay, did not update data letters. If we just run this, will it update? Yes, it will. So something about the JavaScript is not updating it. Let's try A again. So it is actually updating current letters. So current letters let is getting updated, which is actually great, but we need to update the markup. And maybe we didn't, did I even add the code for that yet? So update letters, we want to do that. Console log. Okay, so it's updating current letters. Oh yeah, we didn't update the markup. So let's make another function here, updating the tile markup. Update tiles. Or actually that's for later. So let's just do this for now. What we want to do is we want to update the markup in the guess one HTML element. Current letters is what should be getting updated. So why is that not updating? Let's try hard coding it. Current guest data set letters. So it is updating. Current letters, data set letters. Maybe there's a typo in my code. Oh, current letters. Okay, so for some reason current letters is not updating the markup. Why is that? Because current letters should be set to current guest dataset letters. So I'm guessing if I take this current guest dataset letters, let's see if that actually updates it. Okay, pressing A. Oh. So it is changing, but it's overriding it. And in the console, current letters is not working. I think maybe for some reason setting this to a let, it's not changing, I think. So let's see if I just replace all the current letters with actually reading the dataset thing. Okay, let's try again. And then, okay, press B. Oh, it added it. Cool. Okay, so let's try again. So A is a letter. Yes, it wants to update it. It's running update letters with the parameter of A. Current guess is 1. The current letters is blank because it's blank. Then it's now updated to be A. So let's try B. Doing the same thing. So the current letter is A. After it update is A, B. Cool. So that's kind of interesting. I'm gonna try again. I'm just curious why setting it to a variable seems to not be working. I think it has something to do with how it's reading the data set. What if we do... Okay. For some reason... Okay, well that's working. Okay, so let me delete this console log stuff. I think maybe because I set the variable of the dataset letters outside of the function, so maybe that would make it not get changed. I think maybe I didn't have things in the right order. Oops. I'll just wrap the text because it's a bit long. Okay, I'm not going to split hairs over this thing. So we have right now, it will successfully update data letters. And now we want to update the markup. Maybe I'll do the same thing. ID equals guess tile 1. And then we'll number them. Oops. So we also need to keep track of the tile. Or we can also, because we need to make sure we're updating the markup in the correct tile. So either we can check what the letters thing is. So how do we want to track what current tile we are on? So let's say update tiles. I would like maybe there to be a parameter for the tile number and then also with the letter. So tile number, letter. So what we're going to do is when we run update letters, update tiles, and this will be the current tile number and then the letter. So maybe we can create a let for tile number. And that will be based on the dataset letters thing. So let's create a variable inside this function for the letters. I'm not sure if this is going to work. Okay, let's see if our code is still working. So A. Okay, it did update data letters, which is great. B, C, okay, good. So what I want to do now is the tile number is going to be, wait, why did I do this? Okay, I don't remember why I did this. Oh, it just sort of prettified it. Okay, so tile number is, let's just comment this out. Let me just check one more time, make sure this is working. Okay, it is working. So the current tile number, I'm going to base it off of the length of letters, which is the guess. So maybe I need to do this after we set current guess data set letters. Okay, I'm just going to make some, oops. So old letters is what the current data set is before we add the new letters. Then let new letters equals old letters plus letter. And then we're going to update this, update the data set, new letters. Okay. Let's try it again. A, B, C, yay. And we want to set the tile number, maybe current tile, equals, and this one, we want it to be a number between 1 to 5. So let current tile equal, I think the length of new letters, that should be fine. Length of new letters. And then let's just test console log, current tile. Okay. Now we're trying to make sure the current tile number is working. A, current tile is 1, current tile is 2. Nice. And the data letters is still working, so we are good. So now we want to, now we have the correct number for the tile number parameter. So current tile. And we want to get the guess. And I believe the guess number should be there. I have a feeling the guess count, we might need to change up where that is and where it's incrementing, but for now I think that should be okay. Okay, so let us check the parameters that we have. I like doing this just so we can actually see what it is. Tile number, letter. I think that should be okay. Okay, so ready? A. Okay, update tile. First one's tile number and then guess count, I think. I'm sorry, tile number and letter. Oh, that's not good. Oh yeah, why did I need current guess count? That's so weird. I'm gonna update the current tile with the letter, which is the parameter up there. Let's try that again. A. Okay, so update tile 1 with the letter A. B. Update tile 2 with the letter B. Nice. Hey, we're making progress. So now let's update the markup. So what I want to do is get the guess tile with a correct number and make the content whatever. So I guess we'll do let current tile equals document query selector, and it's going to be pound and it'll be guess tile and the number of the tile number. Cool. So let current tile equal that, and then I need to set the markup. Current tile, I need to look up how to do that because I know that inner HTML is like not good. It's like not secure. I think we can close these. So JavaScript set content of div. Let's see. So inner HTML, inner text is better. JavaScript, inner text. So let's look that up. Okay, so inner text and then set it to the string. So current tile, inner text. It's not showing up in the IntelliSense. So current tile, inner text equals letter. All right, let's see what happens. Ready? A. Oh, B. Oh my gosh. That's pretty awesome. So let's check out this markup. We just need to add some styling here. I'm pretty stoked. Okay, so we need to center that thing. Huh. Place content. Okay, so that's not working. So let's do, I think what we need to do is justify content, center, align items, center. And that is on the guest tile styles. So on our guest Sass file, instead of place items, set it to justify content and align items. So let's try again. All right. Nice. Obviously, we need to increase the font size. Let's try 30 pixels. 32 seems pretty good. So this is in the guest tile styles. So we'll say font size, rem, 32. And I guess font weight also should be set. And I think I did semi-bold. Let me check the font weight that I set up there. 600, yeah. Oh yeah, check that out. Okay, we're doing pretty good. We're doing pretty good. So if keypress is a letter, and then I'm just gonna add an X if I've finished it. So we did do that. We updated the letters attribute, and we're updating the tile markup. Now, we need to do the backspace stuff. So let's go to script.js. Okay, so this is our detect keypress thing. I'm just gonna move this down here. So if keypress is string of length 1, it is a letter. Yada yada. And then I guess we would do like an else if keypress. I think we can just do if key equals backspace. Because I think the key will just be the value that sort of shows up. So let's go to the console and try this out. So I'm pressing backspace. There we go. Is backspace. Okay. I'm assuming that's going to be the same across the board. So we'll just have to hope that that works. So we don't really need that. I guess I'll delete this too, because I feel like this logic is kind of self-explanatory. Okay, so if it's backspace, we need to kind of do the reverse of what we did with the update letters thing, right? We need to... Now, where do I want to write this? I could write it here in the logic, but I think it's generally considered better to create a separate function. What I'm trying to decide is if I want to add the backspace logic to the whole update letters function and update tiles, or make a set of separate functions for that. I'm kind of thinking maybe the separate functions would be better. So, oh yeah, delete. So delete letter, backspace, delete last letter, and then backspace, delete tile markup. So it'll be similar to what we did when we added the letter, but you know, it's deleting it. So I think that makes sense. So const delete from letters equals yada yada. Oops. And then we'll also do const delete from tiles. Okay. So when we delete from letters, what we want to do is remove last letter from the letters attribute. I guess we can just do from data letters. And I think that's correct. And then delete from tiles, remove markup from last tile. Okay, so if we remove last letter from data letters, what we need to do is get we'll create another let for letters equals document query selector. And it'll be the pound, let's see. Current guess dataset letters. And then we want to delete. I guess we'll just do the same thing. Old letters. Let new letters equals old letters. Is trim a thing? No. Okay. Time to look up how to remove the last character of a string. So JavaScript, remove last character from string. And we'll go to Flavio because I like his blog. How to remove the last character of a string in JavaScript. Use slice. Oh, okay. Text slice 0, -1. The first parameter is 0, which is the starting point. The second is the number of items to remove. And a negative number will remove starting from the end. Oh, that's good to know. So dot slice 0, -1. Slice 0, start from the beginning of the string, and removing one character from the end, so it's negative. And then we need to set this to, oops, no. Wait, I think I'm all messed up here. I don't know why I did that. All letters is the current guess dataset letters. And let's console log to make sure it's loading the right thing. And we'll console log new letters too. Let's just check that this works. And then we need to run this, I believe. Yeah, if it is backspace, run this. Okay, so let's make sure it's loading the current guess and stuff correctly. So let's press backspace. Okay, so new letters, it did indeed delete. Okay, perfect. This is good, this is good. Okay, so delete from letters, and now I want to delete it from the tile markup. Let's remove the markup from the last tile. So I think we'll set a parameter of old letters length. Tile number. And I think that should work because if the length is, oh, hold on. If there's 5 letters, length, because programming starts counting at 0, so it'll be 4. So we want to add +1. So, oops. Oh my gosh, sometimes my keyboard, I like slip and hit the wrong key. Tile number. So I'm just going to make sure it's going to delete the correct tile number. All right, ready? A, B, C. And then now let's hit backspace. Okay, so I think 4 is not what I want, right? Because this is 1, 2, 3. I want to delete the 3rd one, so I guess I don't need to add the 1. Let's try this again. A, B, C. Press backspace. ABC goes down to AB, which is right, and we want to delete tile number 3. So we'll just take that. Tile number. Was it inner text? And set it to blank. Okay, ready? Let's try again. A, B, C, and then backspace. Ooh, nice. Let's try backspace again. Uh-oh. I keep setting it to 3 because I didn't, because backspace needs to update the current tile. Oh boy. I'm trying to figure out where that 3 is coming from. Okay, so when I first pressed backspace, it ran delete from letters. So let's guessing it based on this. Oh, is the data letters getting updated? Maybe that's where it's coming from. Okay, let's try again. I think this might be the issue. A, B, C. So we press backspace. It didn't update data letters, so we'll go do it up here. Yeah, here we go. Current guess data set letters equals new letters. Okay, and I think that should fix that problem. Let's try again. So A, B, C. Now we're going to press backspace. Perfect. Backspace again. Yes. Nice. All right. Yeah, so if I press backspace on the blank, it's going to throw an error. Do I need to handle that error? So we only want to run delete from letters if, I guess, the current guess data set letters has a value. Equals. Okay. So I can use this logic. So current key is backspace and current guess data set is not equal to empty string, then it will run the backspace. So let's try again. So A, B, and we delete B, delete A. Now we press backspace again. Good, it's not running the backspace functions. Okay, so I think that's pretty good. So we did that. If keys presses backspace, delete the last letter in letters, update the tile markup. And I think we also need to add some logic for, like, you don't want to allow it to type if it's already 5 letters. So don't run update functions if letters length equals 4. Oh, it's 5. I thought they started counting from 0, but maybe it's because it's counting a string. So let's add some logic here. All right, so if it is a letter and there's a lot of conditions here, and length is less than 5, then run all the update stuff. So let's try this. So A, B, C, D, E. Let's look at our console. And if we click F, okay, perfect. So it's not running the stuff. But if we hit backspace, if I hit X, it is running the update stuff. Perfect. Okay, so X on that. And then we did these things. These are just notes. So I think we can just work on submitting the guess next. Now let's start writing some notes for what happens when we submit the guess. I'll make a new section here. Submit guess. So pressing enter will submit the guess. And when we submit the guess, what happens? We want to compare the guessed word with the solution word. And we need to figure out where the solution words come from. So the solution words, I'm guessing Wordle probably has a really long list of, words in a JSON object or a file or something like that. I could try to use an API, but I'm going to be a little lazy, I guess, and we're going to store solution words in a JSON object or an array, something like that. So then when we submit the guess, we'll compare the guessed word with the solution word. And then we also want to reveal the letter, I don't know what you call it, the different colors. So reveal the letter guesses and update the color. Update state, meaning the absent, present, or correct. And then the color, based on if the letter was correct or not. So I guess actually what we want to do is we're just comparing each letter. So let's rewrite this a little bit. Compare each letter with the corresponding letter in the solution word and update the state and color of the letter. And then we'll do that same thing for each of the letters. And then if all letters are correct, green, then, game is won. Okay, so that's pretty good. So maybe the first thing we want to do is to figure out how and where we want to store the solution words. So what my guess is that we're going to make an array or something, store all the possible words to be used in solutions, and then randomly pick one of those words whenever you play the game. So maybe we need to make a new little section. We'll just do it under the guess thing. Or maybe we should do it first, because that's the first thing that happens. So pick a solution word. So let's move this. Store solution words in a JSON object or array. And then when game is loaded, choose a random item from the array and set solution to that word. So let's do that first, and then we will figure out the guessing submission. So if we go back to our browser, what do we want to do? I'd like to figure out storing things in an array. So JavaScript array. Let's see what Flavio has here. Introduction to JavaScript arrays. That sounds pretty good. Okay, arrays a collection of elements. Arrays are objects. Okay. So you can pre-fill the array using the syntax. So maybe we'll do this. So I think what I'm going to do is do something like this, where we create the array, and I'll just put in a set of preloaded words that are 5 letters long. So let's go into our code and do that. So we'll just do this up at the top. We'll just do this here. Now, should I use const or let? I'm guessing const because it's not going to change. Const words, for lack of a better word. Const words equals, and then we'll do an array. And then in there, let's just create some different 5-letter words. So baker, store. Oops. Actually, I want those to be probably 1 letter or 1 quote, single quotes, which thankfully Prettier is doing for me. So baker, store, horse. That's a 5-letter word. What else? Speak, clone. And let's just get a couple more. Is apple 5 letters? Oh yeah, it is. And then what else? Bread. Bread is 5 letters. Okay, so this is a very small number of words that you could possibly guess. And I guess we can always add more if we want. Let me wrap that. Okay, so these are our solution words. And we need to randomly choose one of these words as the solution word. So I can create a function. And we'll do the same thing as here. Const choose word. This thing. And then we want to choose random item from words array. So let's go back here. And you can manually choose an item. So a array square bracket 0 will choose the first item. So what I'm guessing is I need to choose a random number between 0 and then the length of the array, or maybe length minus 1, since we start counting from 0. So I'm just curious to see if Flavio has written anything here. How to add an item to array, remove item, join array, find an item, JavaScript array. Let's see, there's how to shuffle elements. So you could shuffle the elements in the array and then choose the first one. That's the array with numbers, list sort. Sort, and then it chooses random minus 0.5. So the sort method accepts a function that returns a value between negative 0.5 and positive 0.5. I haven't worked with this really before. That's interesting. Let's read up on array sort. What does sort actually do? Let's test this out. We'll just put some random numbers in here. And then console log array sort. Undefined. I must have done something wrong. Let's try it with strings. One, two, three. Okay, reload the page. Oh. I need to rerun gulp. Okay, let's try again. Const array equals 1, 2, 3, and then console log array sort. It's undefined. I feel like I'm just probably doing something wrong. Oh, console log. Let's try again. So I think I want to do in the example array sort. Is that right? Oh yeah, array sort and then console log the resulting array, which I'm assuming is changed. So it did sort them. Let's try running sort again. So it's just doing 1, 3, 2. Let's see. Oh, so it sorts them by length, I'm guessing? No, it's not. 1, 3, 2. They're different lengths. Okay, I don't understand that. Clearly. Let's see what happens if we just copy this. So we're doing let words equal yada yada. And then words equals words sort. Console log words equals words. And that will run when we load the page. Okay, so bread speak horse. It did change the order. I'm just kind of trying to figure out how this was working. Okay, so this is his array. And the sort method accepts a function that returns a value between 0.5 and 0.5. So this is the parameter, a function, and it runs math random minus 0.5. So what does math random itself return? And then he did minus 0.5. Oops, minus 0.5. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I don't fully understand the list sort thing. The default sort order is ascending. Oh, I wonder if it did it alphabetically originally. Oh yeah, it's alphabetical. Okay. I guess that part makes sense. And then it's the math random thing, so that just returns a random number. Okay, I guess I understand it enough to... We'll just use this here. So, what we're going to do is move this down here. Oops. So now, I'm going to run this function when we load the page. Is there a way to run function on page load? Okay. Run function on page load. Like, I wonder if I need to wait for things to load before running stuff. Because I used to do a lot of jQuery at work, and you'd have to run document ready function before anything else. I'm just curious if there's like a best practice kind of thing. And it seems to be working. I'm just kind of curious. There's window on load. can look that up. Using window onload is an anti-pattern. It's left over from IE days. So the more modern solution is to use defer. So before, you'd put the script tag at the bottom so that it loads after all the HTML. But now it seems like you can put the scripts in the head and just add a defer thing. So I guess we can try doing that. That seems to be the more modern solution for that. Okay, I already put a defer there. So I think we're all good. So we don't need to worry about when to load it. So what we have now is a choose word function. It is randomly sorting the thing. And then I also need to set, so let solution word equal words, and we'll just pick the first item. Console log solution word equals word, or sorry, solution word. Okay, so let's see what happens in our website. Solution word is baker. So let's reload. Solution word is speak. You can see that the array has gotten shuffled. Baker, apple, horse, baker, store, baker. It's choosing baker a lot. Store, horse, store, store, baker, clone, speak, horse. Doesn't seem super random. I'm just curious. Let's put apple first and just see if that makes apple get chosen more. I think there's probably a better way of doing randomization. Still choosing baker a lot, but it is choosing apple more now. Let's just do a quick search for JavaScript random number. You can use math floor to, I believe that rounds down. So math random, we'll choose that number. I believe it's a random number between 0 and 1. Math floor. Times 5. So math random, math floor. Math random is going to choose a random number. We want to multiply that by something. Let's say 10. So then if we do math floor, it'll round it down to be an integer. So something like that is maybe what we will try. Here we go, math random. So this is return math floor math random times max. Max is, I believe, whatever number you want the maximum to be. So let's see. Oh, I guess I don't want 0, so +1. 2. Okay, so I think maybe we'll use this. So instead of this, I'm going to choose a random number, this. And instead of 3, the max should be the length of the array. So this is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I would like, the length of this should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, I believe. Actually, let's test that really quick. Words. Oh my gosh. Length. And then we'll run this a little bit later. So I think length should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And it is. Okay, so it's 7. And I want to make the random number somewhere between 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So length minus 1. So words length minus 1. Let me put that in another thing. And then plus 1 because it might return 0. So then we'll just say random item equals that. And then I want to choose solution word is going to be words random item. And then let's run choose word. And we can get rid of this. Okay, so let's see if it can choose the random word. So clone, reload, it's choosing baker, horse, clone, bread, store. Okay, this is good. This actually seems a bit more random than before. So we will use that. So I'll just delete this console log thing. And now we set solution word to something. Actually, I wonder if, can it exist outside of the function or not? Let's see if it throws an error. Oh yeah. So I think I need to declare solution word up at the top. And then let's see if it'll set it and then console log it. Okay, clone. Horse. Okay, good. Oof. Okay, so now we've chosen the word. I'll just let it exist as a variable and not, I'm not going to put it in the HTML. So now let's go back to our notes. So we stored the solution words in an array. Let's do this array. When game is loaded, choose random item from array and then set the solution to the word. So we have successfully picked our solution word. So now I'm going to submit guess. Pressing enter will submit the guess. So we need to do that. Then compare each letter with a corresponding letter in the solution word. Update the state color of the letter. Okay, so let's start with this. Pressing enter will submit the guess. So I think we can go back to, so if I press enter, it'll detect keypress enter. So we'll do similar logic to the backspace thing. So detect keypress enter, just to add our notes there. So this is if it's a letter, then if it's backspace, else if the key equals enter. And I only want enter to work if we have made 5 guesses, if all the letters have been guessed. So I think I had some code for the backspace stuff. I guess I can use this current guess dataset letters length equals 5. So we only want enter to, submit the guess if we have 5 letters filled. So let's just add a little console log here to test, submit guess. And that will only run if there's 5 guesses. So let's test that out. So reload. A, B, C, D, E. Let's press enter. So it is submitting the guess. So let's backspace. Try pressing enter. Good, nothing happens. All right. So that logic is working. So we'll X that out. I like doing these lists because it makes me feel like I've achieved stuff. I can sort of check it off the list. So now is where things get more complicated. Compare each letter with the corresponding letter in the solution word. So what I think we need to do is create a new function, and when the guess has been submitted, it will check each letter and we'll make a function to check the letter. So I think it'll be something like, let's minimize these since we're not using them. So what I think we need is check letter to solution. And this will maybe take a parameter of the position of the letter. So like the first letter, second letter, third letter, all the way to the fifth letter. So parameter equals the position, letter position in the word. So what we need to do is with that parameter, we'll compare the guess to the solution and then return, you know, a state, whether it's, what was it, absent, correct, absent, present, or correct. So we'll probably just use the same naming system as the original Wordle. So const check letter equals, and this will be the position arrow thing, and then the brackets. So based on the position, which will be a number, we'll get that letter in the correct position from both the guess and the solution words. So the first thing we need to do is let's make sure the position numbers are working correctly. So we're going to run check letter here. So submit guess. So we want to run check letter with, let's just hard code it for now. Actually, let's look up how to get the letter based on the position number. So JavaScript, get letter from, or get character from string based on position. Let's see if that turns up anything. Oh, car at. Oh, well, that's pretty easy. Let's look this up and just make sure it is not, you know, deprecated or something. Mozilla. Okay, looks like it's not deprecated. Okay, that was way easier than I thought. Okay, so they give you a string, which is good. Index is 4. So character at character index is sentence car at index. Let's test that out. Okay, so it starts from 0, A. Okay, so we'll start from 0. So I think what we want to do is run a loop. So we'll run this check letter thing for each of the 5 letters. So we want to start with 0. We'll just hard code this for now, then we'll add the loop in. So check letter, position, whatever, starting from 0. So let's just console log the position. And then we want to let guessed letter equals current guess dataset letters. Current guess dataset letters car at position. And then let solution letter equals solution word car at position. console log, guest letter, and we'll just do this solution letter. Okay. So let's try this. So when we hit enter, we'll just we want to return the first letter from the guess and the solution. So let's try this. Reload. Don't need that. So A, B, C, D, E. Press enter to guess. Okay. All right. Solution word was store. Maybe I don't need to, I'll get rid of those console logs. So the first guess letter is A, which is correct, and then the first letter of the solution word store is S, so that seems to be working. Okay, let's remove those console logs because we don't need them anymore. I just keep them in here until I really don't need it anymore. Okay. This is good. So now we'll need a for loop. So for, oh gosh, is it parentheses or not? You can tell I really don't do JavaScript very much. Okay. For let I equals starting from 0. I is starts from 0, so I is less than 5. And then I increment it. Then in that, we'll do the check letter thing. And it'll do I. Okay, so now it should run check letter with, you know, each letter. Okay, so let's give this a shot, see what happens. Poker. And press enter. Okay, so let's check. The solution word was horse. So for the first letter, I guess P, and it is H. So P-O-K-E-R-H-O-R-S-E. And that's working. I'm gonna remove that keypress thing too. Here we go. Okay, let's try one more time. So solution word is store. Point. All right, S-T-O-R-E is the solution, P-O-I-N-T. Now, we've successfully compared. So let's go back down to check letter. So what we want to do is check if it's a match. So let's think about this. So if letters match, return correct. Oh, also, if the letters match, return correct, but we need to check the logic for if the letter either exists or does not exist in the word. So if not a match, if letter exists in the solution word, return present. And if not a match, if letter doesn't exist in solution, return absent, and that's the gray. So I will probably need to create another function to check if the guessed letter exists in the solution. So let's do that. So const check letter. Did I do that already? Oh yeah. Check letter exists, I guess. Arrow bracket. And this will take a string of letter. So this will return, let's make this return a true or false. What we need to do is determine if the solution word contains the letter, which I think is a JavaScript thing we can do. JavaScript string contains. Oh, so includes. These pictures are a little bit too big. Okay, so includes. Sorry, let's go back to that. So check the string if it includes the string. So we'll check the solution word if it includes the letter. So the solution word will be current guess. Oh no, it'll be solution word. Oof. So I think solution words was set. Solution word includes letter. Although, is that for words or can that be? Baker includes a. True. Okay, so you can use it with strings. So return solution word includes letter. So this will be a true or a false. So then, I guess we'll return the string. Hold on. So if guessed letter equals solution letter, return correct. Let's just see if that works. Okay, so reload. She uses Baker a lot. Okay, anyway, so let's just pretend we did this. So the first letter is horse. Press enter to guess. Wait, did we run stuff? There we go. So we'll do a console log thing. Okay, let's try again. Solution word is clone. So C, enter. Oh, it's correct. Okay, now, else if, else. So if it is a match, return correct. If it is not a match, then we want to, if the letter exists in the solution word. If check letter exists, and we want to check the letter. So guessed letter will be the parameter for that. So if it's true, I think we can use one of those, I can't remember, tertiary thingies. So instead of doing an if, I can say return check letter exists. So if check letter exists, if it is true, return present. Otherwise, return absent. And I think it should work. So what we're going to do is from check letter, we'll console log check letter I. All right, so let's try again. Bread. So let's make a similar word. Bared. Okay, so let's check this. So we submitted the guess. The word is bread. We guessed bared. So for the first letter, B is 0. Looks like it's running it twice for some reason. It did do correct. Let's see why it's running twice. Check letter. me just see if it's running check letter twice on each letter, which would be kind of weird. Horde. Yeah, it's running twice. What the heck? Why is it running twice? It's only running submit guess 1. Let's do this console log. Or actually, when we run check letter, it will console log check letter. So let's do that. Okay, so now it's just running once. Maybe I just had multiple console log messages. I'll just delete this. So it's running check letter. Check letter. This is returning the guess letter and the solution letter, so HH. I don't know if I need the return thing. I don't know why I did that. I guess I wanted to return. Let's see if I can get it to. Maybe this is why it's running twice. Let's see. Okay. Looks like it's running the correct number of times. Let's do this. I think it's just because of the console log thing. So S and S is correct. H and T is absent. I think what I want to do is, here, let's do this. So horde is my guess. Horse is the solution word. R is the correct letter in the wrong position. So hopefully that should return a present thing. Okay, and it did, present. So H and H is correct. O is correct. A, I guess A for horde. It is not in the word horse, so it is absent. R is the correct letter, but it's in the wrong position. And then D and E is absent. Okay. So I think my logic's working for guessing the stuff. We'll remove that again. Okay. So the next thing I want to do is I need to update the display of the tile. So I want to check letter, and then I think I need to make another function to flip the tile and update the style. So maybe we'll just do reveal tile. Let's see. Const reveal tile. I don't know if I need a parameter for that actually. So reveal tile is going to run inside this logic, the loop for checking letters. And I guess it'll take the parameter of the state. So check letter is going to return, present, absent, or correct. So I think what I actually want to do is run reveal tile. Oops. There. So for each tile, for each letter, it's going to run reveal tile with a parameter of check letter. So check letter will check the status. If it's a match or not, return the string of correct, present, or absent. And then this will be the parameter in reveal tile. We'll just say status, and that's going to be that string. So I guess we can do a switch instead of multiple if statements. So switch and then case and then yada yada. So switch. I don't know if you need a space, but status. And then brackets. And then case. Correct. Case present. We'll have other logic. Case absent. Oh, it needs a colon. There we go. So if it's correct, we want to make the tile turn green. So let's just say what we have for now. So let's say it's correct. So we'll say guest tile 1, and I guess I'll add a class to guest tile. We'll add a helper class. Let's do that now, actually. I guess we can just add it under here. Correct. And I'll do another one for present. Another one for absent. So correct. Let's actually get, we'll just choose a background color. Background color. That, and let's change it to green. Okay. And then for present, we want it to be yellow. I'm not even sure if that's the color they use. Let's play some Wordle. Horse. Oh, okay, so that's the yellow color. Let's see what color that is. Not too dissimilar. And then absent will be like a gray. Okay. So I think if I add the class, let's just make sure. So it's under the parent with the class of guests, and it'll have the correct present absent. Yeah, so under the class of guests, the child of that can have that helper class. So correct present absent. So what we need to do is choose the tile based on the index. So I need to set the index in the parameter too. So reveal tile. Let's run here. So let's say a parameter of I. And go back down here. Reveal tile. We'll just say I for index. Oof. So case correct. We want to get the correct guest tile thing. So guest tile and then the index. And I think we'll have to do index plus 1. So let tile number equal I plus 1 because it'll start from 0. Okay, so case correct document query selector hashtag guest tile and then tile number. So get that tile. Or actually we can set this to let tile equals this. So tile class list equals class list plus, oops, and then we'll add that class of correct. I think we can do the same thing for the other two. I think that's the right syntax. I guess we'll find out. Okay, so I think this is correct. Tile number, guest tile. It's the ID. Yep. Okay, so let's make sure we're running the reveal tile thing. Okay, so we are running it. And I guess we'll see what happens. Should I add a console log message? It's a little messy, but there we go. Okay, this is a string plus the I plus a string with a space plus status plus not sure what the problem here is. Let's just do this. Okay. That took a little way longer than it should have. Let's try this again. Enter. Uh-oh, class list is not defined. Is tile defined? Oops. Oh gosh. Console log tile. That seems right, but something is not quite correct. Okay, so it's getting the correct thing. Oh. I think I'm just not using the right syntax here. Let's just try to figure this out. Okay, class list 0. What does class list 1 have? Just curious. Ah. Can you add to it? Add. XYZ. Well, let's add the XYZ class. Oh, it will. Okay, well, that's good to know. Add. And then in parentheses, correct. So you learn new things every day. It's funny. I worked with jQuery, as I mentioned, but there's just a lot of things that vanilla JavaScript can do now that I think it didn't know how to do before, but they've taken a lot of stuff from jQuery, so I think it's pretty cool. Okay, let's try this again. Okay, solution word is clone. Cared. Press enter. Okay, stuff happened. The correct stuff, I think, did not happen. C should have been correct. Oh, wait a minute. Huh. Oh, geez. Why did it add it to all of those? Weird. Absent, absent, present, and absent. Okay. What's going on here? I mean, it is adding the right... It's adding correct, but it's also adding all the other ones. Weird. Let's try again. I guess we don't need this anymore. Horde. Okay. So this is correct, correct, absent, present, absent. That's working. So something about the code is adding classes that shouldn't be added, and I don't know why. He's not running this multiple times. So I wonder, is the switch statement being weird? Let's just, I don't know why this would happen, but let's use else if statements. And then I think Control K, Control C. Yeah. All right. Well, let's see what's going on here with the else statement. Else statement. Cared. Oh. So there's something about the case wasn't quite working. Word was clone. So I guess was cared. C is green, correct? A is not in clone. R is not in clone. E is in clone, but in a different position. All right, so looks like it is working. Yeah, I'm not sure what was going on with the switch case thing. I'm not sure. Let's not think about that too much. It's working. Okay. So I think the next thing to do is figure out the animation. Oh, I think I want to make the border color, update the border color as well. Oops. Actually, let's do duplicate. It's faster. Okay. Nice. Cool. All right. Next up, we'll work on the animations for the tiles. Okay, so let's see what they do for the animations. So let's go play Wordle. Okay, so let's see what the tile animations look like. So we're pressing enter. So one thing to note is there's a little bit of a delay, right? They don't all flip at the same time. So there's a little bit of a delay and they flip from bottom up. Let's write that down in the notes. Let's see, interactions. Tiles will flip up. The tiles, slight delay between tiles, between each tile flipping. And then Let's see what else they do. I'm guessing they change a color right when the tile is perfectly sort of horizontal, so you can't see anything. Let's try that again. I'm not sure what else to say. Okay, let's look at the animations. Okay, so I think, yeah, so you need to time the flipping animation starts and then changes background colors right when it's horizontal. So that may take a little bit of tweaking. Background color changes when tile is flat, i.e. can't see it. So yeah, I think that's basically it. So they flip, there's a slight delay between the tiles, and then in the flipping animation, it changes color. So we need to figure out how to do that flipping animation. So let's look that up. So when there's something like this that I don't know exactly how it works, a lot of times I'll go to CodePen because they have a lot of really good examples. So flip animation. Okay, this one looks like it has a lot of views. So let's change the layout here. There we go. Oh, okay. That looks pretty close to what we want. So let's see how that works. Okay, there's no JavaScript. That's pretty interesting. Okay, so it's all in CSS. So let's check out flip container. It uses this perspective, and then when you hover over the container, the flipper, this is what will, I'm assuming, rotate. So rotate Y 180 degrees. So I'm guessing that's what, sorry if you can't see this, 1 second. So rotate Y 180 degrees is rotating it 180 degrees vertically. Oh, that's interesting. So it's actually, I wonder if that's supposed to be like that. It makes it backwards, his name. So I wonder if that's something that can also be controlled. Let's see. So there's transform, rotate Y. And I wonder if the perspective thing is what makes it flip. So let's comment that out and see what happens. So it's still flipping even without the perspective property. Oh, I bet it's the preserve 3D thing. Let's try commenting this out. Maybe the transform style. So we'll keep the transition. Oops. Okay, ready? Interesting. So if we get rid of preserve 3D, it just flips the front side and mirrors it. And then, oh, backface visibility hidden. I wonder if that's supposed to hide the front side. See what happens when we comment that out. Oh, interesting. So the backside's backwards. So there are two sides. I'm curious how Wordle itself works. Because it looked like they only had one letter. But I also can't see exactly how the flipping works. I can't think of another. Let's think of another guess. I know it doesn't matter because I'm just looking at the code, but XOU, because it's not N. So I figure if I can figure this out, then I'll know what the word is. OD? That wouldn't work, I think. YD? Is there another constant that would fit there? Ooh, that could be one. Mold? Okay, I forgot to guess. Let's just guess the same word. Actually, let's try a new word. I have no idea what it could be. Could. Oh my gosh. I was like thinking of words that rhymed with like mold. Okay. So here's the guess. Before we hit enter, let's see if we can see anything. Okay, ready? I'm going to press enter. Let's see if we can see anything here. And what I'm looking to see is how they flip it if they have to add another O. It's really interesting. Okay, so it looks like they didn't add markup. So let's look at some more examples. Whoa, that's crazy. Let's try CSS flip. Looks like this might be the same kind of thing. Okay, let's just start playing around with this. I'm just going to submit the guess. Okay, so let's add some styles here. So transform, rotate X, because it's going to be on the horizontal axis, 180 degrees. Actually, maybe it should be negative 180 degrees. And then let's make the transition 0.5 seconds. So it's flipping, but then it's upside down. So I wonder if I need to also... Actually, let's do it with one that's not symmetrical. Okay, so we can see now it's upside down, but it is the correct direction. So it's rotating X and rotating Y. What I want is to mirror. Is there a transition or is there a transform that can mirror? Transform, mirror. Scale X -1. Okay. I'm not sure what scale X does. Oh. It flipped it and... Weird. Let's try scale Y. So the card flips, but we don't want the letter to necessarily flip. Let's look at the markup that they have. So they have a div class, and that I think is what flips. Let's try again. I'm trying to see if I can get any more clues about how this works. Okay, let's see what classes they add. Oh, this is actually helpful when I reload because it saves it. So it looks like flip in, flip out, and then idle. This is slightly cheating, but here's the flip in animation. So using keyframes, rotating X so it rotates it 90 degrees. That's weird. Let's go back to our thing. Transform, rotate X. Transition 0.5 seconds. Interesting. Oh my gosh, that's so smart of them. So they're not actually flipping it. They're flipping it negative 90 degrees, changing the color, and then flipping it back. So it just looks like it's flipping fully, but it's not. It's like going like that. Okay. Holy moly. Okay. So far, I do a similar thing with keyframes. So yeah, so doing two keyframe animations. Flip in to go from 0 to negative 90. Flip out going from negative 90 to 0. So we are slightly cheating. So let's write our keyframe animation. So let's read up on that. Let's see. Okay. This is a really good blog. So with the keyframe, you declare at keyframes and then you name the animation. And then you can go from to to if there's just two states. You can also do a percentage. Yeah, so you can do percentage if there's like multiple things going on. I think because we're just flipping it, I think that maybe we can just do from and to. So let's do that. And where should we add it in? Maybe... I think maybe in util. Let's add a new Sass file to util. Animations. Then we need to add it to index. Save that. Okay, so keyframes. I guess we can just copy Wordle again. So flip in, and then we'll do from yada yada to yada yada. So the initial state so flippin is the first one. So transform rotate X, because it's on the horizontal axis, from 0 degrees, to transform rotate X, and it's going up. So I think that's negative 90 degrees. And then I think we can just copy that. Another one called flip out, and then we'll switch these. Add a space there. Okay, then let's keep reading. So then I think you put the name of the keyframe animation in the CSS. Yeah, so animation property, name of the keyframe animation, and then I'm assuming that's the duration. So we need to add a class, and I'll just add the class here. So we'll add two classes, .flipIn, .flipout. So we'll add two classes, .flipIn and then .flipout, and then we'll say animation flip in, and then duration we'll say maybe 500 milliseconds, half a second. We can always change it if it's too slow or too fast. I think that's all we need to do for that. Yeah, so then if we add the flip-in class to one of the tiles, it should hypothetically flip. So let's try that. Cool. Although it just sort of kind of reset itself. I'm just wondering why it sort of resets. Technically, if the class is there, I'd want it to stay there. Let's see. Maybe it doesn't matter that much because we are going to change it. Okay, let's look at this one more time. I guess we can just test it. Let's go into our JavaScript and we will just work on, we probably need to make a new function to flip the tile. So we want to add the flip-in class, then add the state class, like the correct, present, absent, and then remove the flip-in class and replace it with the flip-out class. So I think what we can do is create a new function, flip tile, and I want there to be a parameter of the status. We'll say state. And that's going to be the absent, present, or correct. And then I guess the tile number. Tile num state. So let tile equal, we'll just copy this. tile num, and then tile class list add flip in. And then I also want to, let's just do adding the flip in. I know it's going to look kind of weird, but flip tile, tile num. Let's just add the state as a parameter too. So let state equals this. And then if status is correct, yada yada. Oh, so actually status is there already. So let's comment this out for now. And we'll just rename this to state instead of status. So it's going to, for reveal tile, the state, we're not using this code right now. Flip tile, adding the state. So what I think should happen is they'll flip, but then they'll kind of reset and the animation will look broken, but they should still add the correct class. I need to add that in actually. Tile class list add, and we'll probably have to add a delay on that later. So we'll just do this for now. All right, ready? Oh, that's the wrong, that's the real one. All right, let's try again. So we'll see if stuff changes over there. Okay, so it did flip. Let's try it again. So it flipped. It did not add the correct state. Oh, this should not have been a string. All right, let's try it again. Ready? Hey, so they did partially flip, but we also want to do is this. Remove flip in. And I think we can just string them like that. So let's see what that looks like actually. Oop. Looks like something didn't work. Class is undefined. Something did not look good. So it's adding flip in, absent, flip in present. That's good. Will it also add flip out? Let's remove the remove flip in for now. I just want to see if something else is causing that issue. Okay. All right. So it added the flip in class, added the state status class, and then it added flip out, which is good. So I think we just need to add in a delay because it's probably trying to do this at the same time, which is why it made an error. So let's look up how to delay things in JavaScript. Delay something. I know there's a set interval, but I'm just wondering if there's maybe a better way of doing that. Set timeout. Well, it looks like set timeout is something. I guess we can try that. So set timeout. Actually, what would be the ES6 JavaScript ES6 syntax? Set timeout. Okay, so it's just the parentheses with the arrow function. Okie dokie. And then we'll add that. And the other parameter is the delay. So let's try 500 milliseconds. Oh, something's not right. Oh, milliseconds doesn't work. Just 500. And we'll do the same thing for the other one. But that'll be 1000. Okay, well, let's see what happens. Okay. The flip out doesn't seem to be working. Okay. Let's make it really slow. So let's go. After 2 seconds, we'll do the first thing, and then after 4 seconds, we'll do the second thing. Okay, ready? Flip in, add the state, and then why is it? I mean, it's removing the flip in class, but I don't understand why it's not able to add the. It didn't add the flip out class. I feel like it has something to do with. Actually, I don't know. Let's just try manually. Oh, that was weird. Sorry, let's look at it one more time. Flip in, add the status. One, two, three, four, five. So for all the tiles, it couldn't find it. So let's just do this manually. Okay. Document, query, selector. Guess tile 1. Class list. Add. Flip in. Okay. Then let's try to remove the flip in class. Okay, it removed it. It's so weird. I wonder if it's because I'm doing it in the same, like, function. It seemed to work okay. Let's try set timeout. So after 1 second, we'll remove it. Okay, ready? Added it in, and it removed it. Ugh, that's so weird. Let's try just removing it. Maybe that's part of the problem. So we're adding flippin class, add the state class, then remove flippin class. Flippin, state, and it removed it. Maybe we just need to do it in separate lines. Flip in, add the state, and flip out. Okay, that worked. So the flipping thing is still, or I guess maybe it doesn't matter if the timing is right, because the flipping animation lasts 500 milliseconds, which should, I think, time correctly, but it looks like it's resetting the animation state for some reason. Yeah, that's not good. I think there might be something where I can set the animation to end at a certain point. So right now it looks like it's resetting. CSS animation end state. I want it to end at the end. Here we go. Maintaining the final state. Animation fill mode forwards. Okay, let's see if Josh wrote about this. State. End state. Oh, here we go. Animation fill mode forwards. All right, today I learned. So we'll add that to this. Oops. I think we wanted to add it to both. So let's try that again. Okay, ready? Hey, not bad. Maybe it should be a little faster. Let's have it. So instead of 500, it's 250. But that looks pretty good. Okay, let's try again. Ready, enter. Cool. I think I want to be a little faster. Let's try 100 and 200 just to see if that's way too fast. That's a little too fast. Let's try 200 and 400. Okay. Just feels like it disappears a lot. Let's see what the actual Wordle looks like. It just feels like there's less of a... It feels like there's less of a point where there's nothing showing. I'm not sure why that is. Okay, I'm gonna try something kind of weird. I'm going to make it less than 90 degrees. 89. So maybe there'll still be a little bit showing. That looks weird. There's almost like a weird delay going on. Oh, wait. Okay, the animation takes 200 milliseconds. So from 0 to 200, it'll do the flip in, add the state at 200, but I think want to do this immediately too. At the same time, I'm adding the state. Okay, so I think that may have caused the delay. Let's try again. Oh, so much better. Maybe a little bit slower. Let's go back to 250. Okay. I think that's good. And now we need to add a slight delay for every successive tile, right? So I think we can do that. Where's that loop thing? Here we go. How do we do a delay? I guess I could do another set timeout to run the reveal tile. Yeah. So what I'm going to do is set timeout function arrow close and set a delay here of I times 200 maybe. So starting from I0, the delay will be 0, but I equals 1, delay will be 200 milliseconds, then 400 milliseconds, etc. So let's see if that works. Oh, yeah. Nice. Okay, I'm pretty dang happy with that. I think that's pretty dang good. I feel like this yellow should be slightly brighter. I don't know how good that is contrast-wise, but I feel like that's a little bit better. That'll be in the tile. Guess. Okay, so it's slightly brighter. Nice. Okay. So we have one guess working. So I think that's good for now. I think the next thing we want to do is we want to, have multiple guesses, obviously. So let's see where we are in our notes. Oh, I didn't do the typing stuff. Oh yeah, I didn't do anything. Okay, we can go back and do that, but let's take care of the... I guess we can... Maybe I'll do the thing where it'll change the border color when you type. So let's do that. Guess. Okay, so there's the border. So if I add... a helper class of has guess, or maybe has letter. Border color will be this, and a little bit lighter. Doesn't need to be a huge difference, but just enough. And then let's see, where's the keypress stuff? If it's a letter, update letters. So let's go to update letters. Or update, I think, the markup here. So current tile class list add has letter. And then we'll have to remove it if we backspace it. Here we go. Delete last tile markup. And then I'm going to add a let. Since we're using this twice. So let's test that and just make sure we did everything correctly. So I'm going to type in A. Nice. Okay. I'm cool with that. I'm not going to do the little slightly blinking and animation because I'm lazy. But that looks pretty good. Let's do a whole guess here. Cool. Okay, so the guest present is overriding the has letter property is getting overridden by the correct present absent property for border color because of the cascade. This is the cascade part of CSS, and one thing that's actually really good to sort of know and utilize. Because these are later than the has letter border color, they will override anything that comes before if they're on the same level of specificity. So, otherwise you might feel like you need to add like the important thing, but you don't if you're using the cascade. So yeah, so I think that's good for now. And the next time we will handle the multiple guesses thing and how we want to handle that. So cool. Okay, so we need to figure out how to have multiple guesses. So let's make a guess here. So we have our one guess that's working. Let's go back to our notes document. Okay, so let's see what we have in our notes. Submit guess, pressing enter will submit guess, which we did. Compare each letter with a corresponding letter, which we did. Update the state color of the letter. Oh, if all the letters are correct, green, then the game is won. So you need to figure that out. So we'll add the logic for checking if the game has been won. And then we need to, I think we would need to update the status of the current guess, which I think I created a variable for that. Oh yeah, so let current guess count. So it starts from 1. And you have 6 guesses to do. So since our first guess works, I think we can just copy this 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Because it's never going to change. There's always going to be this number of guesses. And this actually reminds me that guess tile 1, there's multiple IDs, which I think we don't want to do. So I might have to change this to guess 1 tile 1, etc. So guess 1 tile 2, and then we'll change this to 2. And I'm just hard coding this. I'm guessing what the real world Wordle does is it probably generates all this markup with JavaScript or something. But we're just kind of hard coding these. So now, since we changed the ID of the tiles, we'll need to update our JavaScript for that. Oh yeah, let's wrap the text, Alt Z. So let's see, it's probably gonna be in the update letters. Then it's gonna run update tiles with the current tile and the letter. So here's where we need to add in the guess variable. And that was current guess count. And we'll have to test this and make sure it works. And then we'll have to update the delete from tiles as well. Current guess count. And then let's just check the code to see if there's any other instances of the guess tile. Oh yeah, flip tile. Let me just copy what I had up here. Don't want that space. Okay. Here we are. There. Okay, so let's check the site and make sure the logic works. Okay, looks like it's working. Let's add a little space between the rows. So the grid gap was 0.1875 rems. So we'll probably do the same thing between the rows. So in our guess Sass file, we did 3 pixels. So I think I'm just going to add a bottom margin to the guess class. Let's maybe make it double. So 6 pixels. There we go. I think it needs more because I think maybe the border is not included in the grid gap. The border is 2, so it's 4. So let's add 4 to that. So we'll do 10 pixels. Okay, that looks better. Okay. So that seems to be working. So let's go to our JavaScript. And what we want to do is after we submit the guess, we need to increment the current guess count by 1. So it will go to the next guess. And we need to check for the win condition. So let's do that. So let's see where, here, we'll use the outline explorer. Which is kind of handy to navigate. So we submit the guess here. This is submitting the guess. And we'll check the win condition here as well after the loop. So check win. So we need to create a new function here. Const check win. After the tiles have been filled, Oh, this is not right. There we go. Check when. What we want to do is, I think, check the current guess dataset letters and check if it matches the solution word. So solution word, and check if it matches this. So I think we can just return if solution word equals this. If it's true, return true. If it's false, return false. So let's console log the check when. There we go. So when we submit the guess, it's going to check the when at the end. So let's do this, open the console. Okay, so let's guess horse. When is false. Now let's guess the word, which is baker. Oh, I haven't incremented the guess yet, so let's try again. So solution word is baker, baker. And when is true, which is awesome. And we need to figure out what we want to do when we do win. So let's cheat, and we'll check the local storage. Board state. Wait. Am I not checking the right thing? Where was I finding the answer? Do they change the code? That would actually be really funny if they did. Oh, here we go. Solution is wrong. So let's see what happens when you guess it correctly. Plays the genius thing that makes the tiles dance. So we can do something like that. So let's do that at the end. For right now, we know that this is working. Check when is working. Maybe actually we'll do something like if solution, if solution word yada yada equals the data set, then win, not win. Although I guess we're not doing anything, so we'll do this later. Game is won. So we'll add some more code there, and then we'll remove it. The console log, but we are going to run check when after every guess is submitted. So actually, we do want to add some code here. If the game is not won, we need to increment the current guess count. So if it's not a win, current guess count equals current guess count plus 1. And then maybe we'll console log current guess count just to check that. So let's test that code and make sure we are incrementing the thing. Okay, so horse, and the word is store, so this is going to be incorrect. Oops. Oh, I think I incremented too early. So it's incrementing it before the reveal tile. So for some reason it is, oh, it's because of the set timeout thing. So I want to run increment in the current guest count only after. Let's see when things are getting run. So let's try again. It's submitting the guess, it's checking the win. Incrementing it, then it's doing the reveal tile stuff. So yeah, it's probably because of the set timeout. Submitting the guess first, then it runs reveal tile. I guess we don't need this anymore since it's working. Reveal tile, and then it flips the tile. And this is just the animation, but it is flipping the next guess, which is not what we want. Okay, so let's go in order. So if we press enter, it will submit the guess and it's running a loop. It's checking the letter, running reveal tile and check letter. Let's do another console log. Loop. Hi. Like, I think I know what's going on, but I'm just kind of curious to see the order that things are happening. Okay. So what we did was we submitted the guess, loop 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 to check if the letter is correct or not, which is good. Then it checks the win, then it reveals the tile. So we want this to run after the tiles are revealed. So how do we do that? I think a couple ways we could do is we could add a delay after we know all of the reveals have been run, but I feel like that's a little bit hacky. We could run a condition, add a condition inside the loop so that if I equals 4, I guess the last one, if I equals 4, then run check win. So you know it's running after each of the things are revealed. And I think you might be able to do something with JavaScript promises so that only when the promise is fulfilled, run check win. I'm not positive about that, but let's do some more research. Okay, using promises. A promise is an object representing the eventual completion or failure of an asynchronous operation, okay? Asynchronously generates a sound file with 2 callback functions. Okay, so in this function, create audio file async, it's running audio settings function, and there's a success and a failure. So instead of callbacks, promises are a different way of doing the same thing, I believe. So it runs audio settings, then it'll run these callbacks. So a dot then. So I wonder if we can just add this. So I think maybe we can move this code into a new thing. So const submit guess. And then move the code here. So then we can say submit guess. And then I think we could do something like then check win. I think. And let's comment this out too. So let's just see if this works. Okay. Submit guess is undefined. Why did... JavaScript 32, line 32. I mean, it looks like it's submitting. Does it have to be above the thing? Okay, bigger. No. So it is working, but after reveal tile, the first reveal tile, it's saying it's undefined. Let's see if it'll work. Yeah, it's running it. I'm sure there's something very basic about this that I'm not understanding. So it ran submit guess, which is here, the console log message. Then it's going through the loop. Then it's running reveal tile. And it looks like it is running reveal tile successfully, because it's console logging the reveal tile, the state, and it is flipping the tile. So for some reason, I'm sure this has something to do with how I'm writing this promise thing. Okay, let's read more. Maybe I need both a success and a failure thing. I wonder if this has something to do with the loop also, because it errored after the first reveal tile. I think I need to do something in the submit guess to indicate if it's done or not. I'm not even sure if promises are the right thing to do here. Okay, a promise is in one of these states: pending, fulfilled, and rejected. So we want to say it's been fulfilled after it runs through the loops for each of the tiles. So JavaScript run function after loop, which is what I'm trying to do. Let's see what Stack Overflow says. Okay. It does look like you want to do promises. Let's see if Flavio has anything. Okay, so let done equals true, and then create a new promise. If it is done, yada yada, otherwise yada yada. Okay, so a new promise called is it done yet is created, and then this function check if it's done will check if it is complete or not, or if it's complete or if it is errored out. But what will make it resolve, I guess? Like, how do you resolve the promise? Maybe this return promise resolve? Well, I guess we can just try this. And again, I don't know a ton of JavaScript. This looks like something I could try to do. So const r is guess complete. equals new promise. I think we need this stuff here too. Resolve, reject. And then inside here is the arrow function. And then if done. If guess done, do something, resolve, console log, guess done, and resolve I guess we can say done. So it'll return this done constant. And then else not done. Guess not done. And then reject. Okay. Okay, so we created the promise. Check if it's done. Const. Check guess complete. Check if guess complete. It's a function. And then we'll do, is it done yet? I'll just copy this. And replace, is it done yet with, is guess complete? So this says running, check if it's done, will execute the is it done yet promise. Okay, so running, check if guess complete, will run the is guess complete promise. So submitting guess in the loop. So we at some point we need to set let guess done equals to true. So something like this, we'll add a condition if all the tiles have been guessed, return promise resolve. So I don't know if this is going to work, but in our for loop, if I equals 4, guess done equals true. So I think the submit guess will run submit guess, which will I think we need to run this. Yeah, we need to run the promise in the loop as well. I think actually we're running the check when in the loop. then check when. Okay. I have no idea if this is going to work. I feel like it's not going to work. I feel like this is a little more complicated than it needs to be. Let's comment this all out. Make sure it's still working. Okay. So I think I can just check. Guess complete, check when. Else. Guess not complete. Okay, let's try again. So it looks like it incremented the current guess. So it looks like it's still incrementing before the reveal tile runs. Let's add this to the console log. Just so we can see when things are happening. Okay. Current guess is staying at 1, which is good. Increment guess count. Okay. Okay, so yeah, everything's running before the reveal. Okay, so reveal tile is flipping the tiles. So maybe this is where we want to check the when state. Let's try that. Okay. Good. So that works. So let's delete this. Delete that. But I think let's make a new function, const check if guess complete. And that will add the logic here. check if guess, oops, check. And we'll run that function on reveal tile. So this is just to separate the code out. I don't know if that's great code, but it looks like it's working. Now make sure that it's incrementing. Okay, to 2. That's great. And then, so what I want to do is then start typing in the next guess. So let's turn these back on. Oops. To check if it's a letter. It's not detecting a keypress. Okay, so it is detecting the keypress, but it's not fulfilling the letters, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. So you can see it is adding the data letters. But it's not doing it in the next one. Or rather, I won that, so let's see. It's not adding it to the next one. Where's current guess getting set? Oh, we need to update current guess too. And we'll update this too. Oops. So when we increment the guess count, we're also going to increment this, the current guess. So I think that actually might fix the problem. Okay, so we have this. Okay. Oh. Trade. Okay, so now if we keep typing, oh yeah. Yay. Sweet. So it's incrementing the guesses correctly. So then I think the only thing left to do is let's comment out the stuff for the key presses. I think that's good enough. All right, let's try again. So the solution word is speak. Horse. Oh, and let's do reveal tile too. Guess not complete. Okay. Word is bed. Bread. Okay. Okay, good. So it's not going to keep typing because we only increment the guess if it's not a win. We're almost there. This is pretty cool. And then let's get rid of this console message. Okay. Good. So I think the last thing we want to do is, let me just check the current guess count equals 3, which is good. So it stays on 3. Then we can make these tiles, you know, go up and down. So it's going to be something like transform, translate y, -1 rem, or something like that. So make them kind of jump. And if we don't have the important, I think it's getting it from the keyframe probably. Let's see what happens if I remove this. Yeah, so let's remove the flip out class after it's done. So then it won't override any other transforms that we do. So that is the flip tile, I think. Let's see what happens if we just remove this. Yeah. Okay, ready? Okay, we'll just add another set timeout. So 50 milliseconds after it flips, we'll remove it. Maybe 1 second. Actually, maybe 3 seconds to make sure everything gets animated correctly. Let's try again. Okay, so 250 times 5. $12.50. Seems like it's getting removed correctly though. So let's look. $1,500 should be okay. Okay, I think that's good enough. So now, the word is store. So if we do store, game is 1, and we'll do something like, let's try. We want it to go up and then down. So Let's make a new animation. Util animations. So we'll do something like this, but I think we need to use the percentages. So let's make a new keyframes, jump. And then we'll do, so we want it to state 0. So 0% is transform, translate y 0. Then want it to go up. So maybe 50%. Transform, translate y -6 pixels. I wonder if my little calculator thing will work. And we'll have to make sure we're using the loading utils. Translate y 0. And I'll add this to a class. So jump. And we'll do the similar thing where the animation jump. And then animation fill mode forward so that it'll keep the last frame. Actually, let's just test this first. So -6 pixels. So now where do we want to run the jump stuff from? Check when. Okay, we'll do this here. Jump tiles. I think we'll have to do another loop thing. So we'll do this again. And the let current tile equals document query selector pound, and it'll be the ID guess current guess number tile I guess current guess count tile I. Let's just make sure this is right. I know I did this earlier. Oh, tile is uppercase. Okay, that seems right. So current tile, class list, add, jump. And we'll do the staggered thing after this. Let's make sure the jump logic works. Horse. Oop. Let's try again. It's not. For some reason, it's not adding the class. Guess 1 tile 5. Should work. Let's just console log the current guest count. Answer is clone. Is it even running? Jump tiles? Okay, solution word is bread. Okay, looks like it's not running the function. After game is 1, it should run jump tiles. Yeah, I need to reload. Let's see. Horse. Huh. It's not even running it. That's weird. It's not adding the class list either. Or it's not... Well, first of all, it's not running the entire thing. Looks like the syntax is correct. Is there a problem in the terminal, maybe? Let's open the terminal. Oh yeah, there's an issue here. This is why the code is not updating, because I have an issue with my Sass files, it looks like. I think it has to do with this thing. It's loading util in animations, but it's already there. Yeah, so now it's working. Okay, let's try again. Baker. Okay, now the solution word is bread. Okay, so it's trying to run it. Document query selector's not working. Why is that? So it's running jump tiles, which is good. Current guest count is 2, which is correct. Now it's not loading, it can't find the thing, so... So it should be looking for guest 2 tile 1. Not sure why that's not working. Let's comment this out for now. Okay, so it's just going to return in the console log. Solution word is speak. Okay. Oh, I need to add 1 to it. Okay. Uncomment that. I plus 1. See if that works. Okay, cool. Now, it is adding the class, but I think animations should have loaded. Okay, looks like it did work actually. Solution word is clone. Oh yeah, they did jump. It just took a little bit of time. I think I need to add another set timeout to delay it. Yeah, set timeout. We'll do the same timing as here. Delete this. this because we don't need it. Then we'll replace the code there. All right, now there should be a little bit of delay and it should be staggered. So the solution word is speak. So let's try that. Nice. Let's add another delay before the jump animation goes at all. Where was it? Here we go. .500 milliseconds. All right. Speak. So let's try a few words. And it was speak. So speak is the right word. Nice. That's pretty cool. Let's maybe make it. Oh yeah, I wanted to see if I could get the rem function to work. Use functions as, I think this should work. Let's just make sure. Save. Okay. So now, let's see if I can replace this with 10. Okay, ready? I'll just put the solution word in there. Oh, it worked. Sweet. Bread. I'm pretty happy with that. Geez, I think this might be pretty much done. Apple. Let's see what happens if we keep trying to type in all the guesses. So we've finished all the guesses. Yeah, so now it's erroring because I need to, I think, stop it. So let's add a condition where it won't check the key presses if the guess count is 7, if it's greater than 6. Let's just double check and make sure when the error happened. So first guess. Okay, and now the last guess. Okay, it's only erroring when we start typing. So I think we only want to run this stuff if the guess count is less than 7. And then I feel like nested ifs, I don't know if that's great, but I think this will fix the issue that we have. Oops, I won by accident. Okay, solution word is clone. Solution word is store now. Okay, last guess. Okay, so it's not erroring. I guess if you don't win the game, maybe we'll show you the solution word, because I think that's what the original Wordle does. Now, where would we want to add that? Maybe let's clean up some of this stuff here that we don't really need. Okay. I think maybe we want to put it in the check when logic. So if it's not 1, if current guess count equals 7, oops, then show solution. So const show solution. And then let's just do a quick little alert. Solution is, and then solution word. Oops, I forgot the arrow. Okay, so let's try again. Six. Ah, there we go. Better luck next time. The solution was... Let's try again. And I'm not testing for real words. Okay. I think I need to delay that too. Let's try again. Okay. Well, I think this is working pretty well. Let's remove our console log messages. Cool. All right, so that's building a basic Wordle clone from scratch. If you like videos like this, you might like my other video building a Super Mario themed Google map or building an accordion from scratch. So thanks again for watching, and we'll see you in the next one.